Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to VP4TV. We're back for, excuse me, we're back for Friday Night 9 Ball. And once again, the good news is we've got a full tournament. Notable absentees this week. Larry didn't get in. Larry's intended to play. And I believe, from what Chimpy told me, Slim was signed up, but he has withdrawn earlier on. I never noticed he was in, but the bracket is full. So let me just do a quick refresh, just to double check, right? Because of course you can't withdraw once the deadline's up, I think. I haven't a clue how it works now. Anyway, we've got full house, and starting from top to bottom, we've got MC Clarkey against Jez Def, Stefan against Bankster, Mr. Sharkey against Christian, LS3 against John Boo, Chimpy against Tommy, DJ Redo against Mooncake, Eloquenti against Spectre Dawn, and Brainful Out against Travelling TT. So, well, the first match is obviously going to be Chimpy against Tommy. That's the one we're going to go with. Now, the news for those who might not know is that we have the virtual 9-ball World Championship, the 2023 World Championship, which has now coming to a conclusion. We have the finalists, Cobra and One Pocket Slim. Good evening to Cobra. Welcome to Repetition, Travelling TT, anybody else that I've missed. And the final has now been set. Is set for Sunday at 1800 hours British Summer Time, which, what time's that again? It's 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and that will be 1 p.m. Pacific, and it's a race to 25. And on Sunday, of course, as I've mentioned before, I have a shift on Sunday, which is, I think, supposed to be to 2 p.m. in the afternoon. That would be a full shift if we're busy, but then I'll be home and fed and watered, ready for the final. Race to 25, potentially we're talking, 49 racks, if it goes all the way, so it will certainly be a good couple of hours or more, and I'll definitely be there for it. I presume Steve's intending to be there. He'll probably let me know that on Sunday, but that's the one thing to look forward to. Now the other thing, how long have we got? A couple of minutes. Let me just bring, oh shit, hang on a minute. Bring those banners up. If we go and have a quick look at the Snooker World Championship. Now, obviously, it's going to be running at the same time as the proper Professional World Championships, which starts on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. At the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. There'll be 2 matches on in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the evening, all playing their first sessions, except Ronnie O'Sullivan. Ronnie O'Sullivan, being the defending champion, will have to play his first session in the morning, and then his final session is in the evening, so he will have a result on that day. That's always the tradition in the World Championships. So races to 19 in the first round in the World Championship proper, and then races to 13 all the way up to the semi-finals, and then the semi-finals is the first to 17, and then the final is the first to 18. This virtual World Snooker Championship has got, how many's it got? It's got 9 seats left, so a maximum of 32 of the players that have signed up. There's still time, obviously, for that to probably fill up. There's a fair chance it could fill up. If I was daft enough and crazy enough, I'd sign up myself, but I can't score, which is the problem. And the other one, of course, is the bank pool, which people are a bit afraid of. It has, does it start on the same day? I can't remember whether it does. No, it starts a week later. So there's more time for that one to go ahead. And there's what, about, I'm guessing about 10 in it. I'm not counting them. Anyway, let's go back to the main event of the evening if we can get back to it. Friday Night 9-ball, which is about to go live. Now, anybody else have a miss? No, Cobra's there. The rails are not right for bank pull. Oh, you need to elaborate on that, and then obviously listen to Steve telling you no, the rails are fine. I don't know. Anyway, the tournament is now live, and the rooms are up. Now, I wonder if Tommy showed up. Tommy's in the past signed up for this and then disappeared. Well, he is there, and they should be lagging off if they've not already done it, or they're just about to. So Chimpy on the right, race to 7, and there's no handicap in this match. I'll do a quick check on my little doodle. And Tommy has won the lag. And of course, again, Friday Night 9-ball has the break box in place. Well, you managed to bank okay in the 9-ball tournament so far. But the banks up and down the table, not across the table, the banks up and down the table are very much, you know, obviously getting the line right, but getting the right pace. You know, if you overhit it, as soon as it hits that bottom rail, it's not going to double bank the way it's set now, or it's very rare it'll double bank. So Chimpy gets the hit, and Tommy has got a problem getting on the 2-ball because he'd naturally want to pot this into the side and then run, you know, 2 or 3 rails, but the 4-ball's in the way for that. Now, at best, he could bump into the 4 and leave a long 2-ball if he finished decent enough on it. It doesn't look as if he's doing that. He might be banking this. Yes, he is. Perfect. Now he's gone below the 4-ball, which is fine as well, because that gives him that nice little angle. He doesn't want to be straight. He doesn't want to be like that. He's got a slight angle, but he can't pinch any of this. But he's got the pace right, and that was well played. So first blood to Tommy, having won the lag. So good start for Tommy. Now he's looking to back it up. The usual requirements. Welcome to Spectre. Well, he's got a couple of balls anyway. I know I could hear them going in. The 3 balls gone, 6 is gone. And you can see the 1. Let's look at it from this side. Yeah, just needs to roll it in. 2 into the side, 4 into the corner now. Then he's got to decide whether he wants to drop below the 5 for it up the table, or whether he wants to get across and play the 5-9 combo. So he has to make a decision right here and now how he gets on this 4-ball. Well, the angle he's got would be perfect for stunning across to try and get onto that combo. And that's pretty good. I like the line. That is absolutely spot on. Couldn't have played it any better. Absolutely perfect. Well, that's a very good start. Very solid. And a one ball tried to go into the left side pocket. It didn't get there, but something else has went into the bottom right hand corner. Now he could have an ambitious 1-9 combo here. I don't see any reason why he shouldn't go for it, because if he can get this dead weight pace. Oh, wrong button. He hasn't got it right. Looking for the cover though, but it's not good as far as cover goes, because Chimpy will jump over that. And there's a very strong chance here that this cue ball will come rounded out. And you'd expect him to have some sort of shot in the two, and then every other ball is there. Doesn't want to finish on top of the two, and doesn't want to really finish there either. That's not great. But if he can dig out this pot, needs to be careful how he holds the cue ball. He doesn't want to stun into the side pocket. If he gets into it too much, he could. He might be running forward here. Yeah. Well, he's almost got away with it. It's going to be awkward to kick this in, because Tommy's hampered over the 8 ball. Oh, that's well played. That was very nice, apart from the fact he's not great in the 4, but it gave it every chance to go in. So the thin cut. Now I think if I was Tommy, I'd be putting a bit of right English on this to try and get around the angles a bit tighter. Oh, that's working. He hasn't got the pot, and he's got a nice little nudge in the 6 as well. Well, now Chimpy's got a toughie. That was well done, and nice pace. Good line in the 5. Simple drop in the 7 into the side, and he'll be off the mark here for 8 and 9. I mean, I don't see any issues happening here. I'm just going to tab out for a second once this rack, or once the next rack is started, because I want to move my little notification thing. I've got it in the bottom left hand corner for some reason. I need to move it. I can, it's a thing I see on my screen, but you guys don't see it, but it's annoying where it is. I'm just going to move it in a sec. We'll see the break. So Tommy with a 2-1 lead. Chimpy trying to get this 1 ball in the side pocket. And it got bumped out of the way by the 4. But I'm sure something else went in, and I think the 7's going to go as well. And the 7 and 8 have gone. Now he needs to use that rail. Now the only danger here is, I think he's fine, but he could end up behind the 4. And he's okay, right? I'll just tab out for a minute. He's going to brush the 9, but he needs to make sure he brushes the 9 out of the way. We'll see this, and then I'll be back in a sec. That'll do it. Right, we're back. That's better. So Chimpy has, again, this is always the shot that looks easy. You've got to leave that angle in the 6 and just come up past the right side pocket. Even if you catch the bump, it shouldn't be any problem. I don't think the line is going to be anywhere near that. And that's dead weight, and that's perfect. So 2 racks apiece. Good start from both players. And this time the one has gone into the side. Now, the way the table's breaking down in VP4, in terms of comparing it to real life, and I'm talking about comparing it to the real life pros when we watch, or when there's any of the matchroom stuff on, that's the one thing that is very common in the breaks that the professionals do. They're getting the one ball in the side pretty much every time. And now VP4 is doing that. If you find that point on the right side of the rack on the one ball when you're breaking, it's pushing into that side pocket. Occasionally it won't go because it might hit the knuckle, or as we saw in the previous rack, it get bumped with the 4 ball. But Nick was the one that really found that and made the best use of it in the World Championships. And then I think everybody else has really cottoned on to that idea. Well, everybody except Stubb, until he then tried using it in his match against Cobra and then blamed his break for the end result when it wasn't actually the break, because he actually broke better in that match than he has done in pretty much every other one. So now Tommy, this is the tester, this cut in the 6. He's bound to be on the 7. Well, I would just want to run through how he's left himself in the 8 ball. Absolutely dead straight. Now you can just draw back though. There's not going to be any harm in just drawing off this. You get into it too much though. He didn't need that much. Too much bottom of the cue ball. He could have played that firm with a stun draw, where the tip isn't quite as low. And Tommy wants to be trying that a bit more. Do they still give the game updates? Now, I'm not quite sure. Scratch the break. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. Oh, that's the other thing, Cobra. Hang on a minute. I started reading the comments that Stubb made after his match. You're talking about updates for VP4. Well, whenever there's updates, yes. Well, we've had a lot of updates recently. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the rest of Stubb's comments, because I ended the stream the other night there. And I just want to read out the rest of the things that he said. He said, now my last thing that I said to him was, what was it I said? I said, your break was fine. I said, the dumb shit you did between poor position and resorting to old habits, banging and hoping, what was the other one he said? And then he says, BS, too much on my mind today, plus the dentist appointment in an hour and 12 minutes, he said. Then he says, if I was feeling like I was when I played semi-pro, Cobra has no chance. and I used my brake. He says, I changed the settings and too much in my mind. I might play Uncle Earl Strickland tomorrow. He's playing and many others in a tournament. Then he says, wish I felt better last Wednesday. I had a temporary crown put in tooth today. Was the crown and still in pain? Might need tooth root canal. Should waited till after the World Championships to do all this FBSK. Pain when I bite down and a little general pain. That was the last thing he said. So he said he had problems with his tooth, which I have to admit would be a bit distracting. Well, the thing is, he gave his excuses after the match, not before it. So where have we got to here? What have I missed? It's now 4 racks to 2 to Tommy. Well, repetition, you've already given away your age when you mentioned Jack and Ori. That you've got to be a certain age before you remember what Jack and Ori is. I mean, that's not been on for more than 30 years, I don't think. Yeah, I used to like watching Jack and Ori. I liked when Kenneth Williams was doing it. Bernard Crivens was good. They were all the popular ones. They read loads of stories on that. Yeah. It was on, I think it was on after Play School. Because I used to watch Play School as well. What is it? Hamble, Jemima, Big Ted, Little Ted. And Humpty. Or as we call him now, Numpty. Numpty Humpty. Well, that was... If Rick Mail was on it, I don't remember Rick Mail being on it. Because I might have been working at the time. But if he was on, it was probably the last sort of series of them before they pulled it off air. I bet you I can guarantee there's loads of them on YouTube. Because people upload all of that stuff. You want to watch any old stuff, it's on YouTube, I guarantee it. Oh, there's a mistake from Chimpy at 4-2 down. And I think Tommy, yeah, he's got plenty of room to get to that 6 ball. Brian Cant used to do some Jack and Ori as well. Well, the mistake from Chimpy is going to cost him. Well, this is one of these little fiddly angles close to with the cue ball. And Tommy's already had 3 looks at it. And so it's going to be 5-2. And I don't think Tommy's really had a good run in Friday Night 9 ball. I think it always ends in disaster. So I think he's looking for a good deep run this week. Well, this time I think it was a 3 ball that went in top right. He's got a thin cut in the 1. Now, this is going to be something he's going to have to judge the pace pretty well here, because he needs the pace to get the pot and he needs to watch the cue ball doesn't get blocked by the 9. And that might be the problem, because I don't think he can get there now. Even with English on it, the 2 ball's too close to the 9 to get enough of the 2 ball. Yeah. Now I think Tommy was convincing himself he could, and he should have probably looked to play a safe there, because that's given Chimpy a lifeline. Now Chimpy's going to have to be brave enough, get the stun in this, get into the cue ball and come across. There's loads of room, he says confidently, past the 9. Now that he looks at it, there isn't. There is not any room there at all. I think he's trying to cut it in the side. No, he is getting it in the corner. That was well done, and he got the stun. There was not much room to get past that 9 ball. Well, now I would be putting a bit of right English on this, because if I catch any of the 6 ball, I'm running out behind the 9 ball. I'd put a bit of right on this in case I catch the 6. Well, he didn't catch the 6. He was confident he wasn't, and he's still in the same position that you'd end up if you did catch the 6 with a bit of right English, because you'd end up somewhere down where he is right now. Oh, Grange Hill, yeah, I watched. I remember Gripper Stebson, he was the bad guy. Roland Browning, he was the chubby guy. Mr. Bronson, the guy with the wig. So, Chimpy trying to get himself back into this. Yeah, Mrs. McCluskey, she died recently, that actress. Well, when I say recently, within the last couple of years, she passed away. And so had Mr. Bronson, he died a few years back. He was in loads of stuff. He was in On the Buses. He appeared in an episode of what do you call it? I'm pretty certain he was definitely in an episode of The Sweeney. The episode where George Carter's wife gets killed, she gets run over by a car. He was in it as a school teacher in that as well. And I'm pretty certain he was also, he was in Auf Wiedersehen Pet. He spoke German in Auf Wiedersehen Pet, the original series. Yeah, I remember Zamo. And I'm pretty certain he was in an episode of Minder as well. Yeah, the things that they show on, all the, like Dave and all of these channels, a lot of the stuff that's getting repeated, I watched the original series of them. They're showing, they're showing things like, what is it you call it? What's that thing with Al Garnett in it? They're showing the original series of that. They're showing the repeats of that. I watched that when it was out originally. Well, there's Spectre Dawn through already. 7 racks to 2. Seen all the old On the Buses stuff that keeps getting repeated. I've seen all the episodes of Minder a dozen times over and over. Till Death Us Do Part, yeah. Yeah, but all of those programs now they all come with a warning at the beginning of them because they're not politically correct, especially the stuff that Al Garnett says. Well, this is stuck in the corner pocket now. This is going to end up ugly here because that cue ball is running loose. But I think it might have ran. Has it ran far enough? Well, I think he's got enough room now to spin it round past the 5 ball if he wants to try cutting it in. He looks as if he's going for the bank. Oh no, you'll never see that. You will never see Love Thy Neighbour on the telly again. I mean, it's never ever been repeated, and since it finished. And that other, what was that other one, Mark? The one where it was all these different nationalities in and after they were learning English. What was that called? And of course, you'd all the stereotypical, the guy with the turban, the other, a German or a Swede or whoever. Mind Your Language. That's another one that they won't show. And the other thing they won't show either, well, no, that was the school one with John Alderton. The Mind Your Language is the one I'm talking about. That's one that they won't show. And guaranteed the other one they won't show is It Ain't Half Hot Mum. And the obvious reason they won't show that is because Windsor Davis's terminology for his squad. They won't show that. Or they'll do something daft, like show it and bleep out the word. They haven't repeated it for a good number of years. Well, Chimpy's getting back into this. He's back to within one. But again, anything like that, anything that's controversial, that they don't show, any old stuff that you like, it's all on YouTube. You can watch every episode On the Buses on YouTube. You can watch pretty much every episode of Love Thy Neighbour on YouTube. It's all on there. All unedited. They even edit. The show repeats a porridge, right? But they even have edited porridge. And I noticed the other day when they were showing the Carry On films again on ITV4, and there's Carry On Again Doctor was on. That's the one with Jim Dale as the Doctor. You've got Kenneth Williams in it and all of them in it. But you've also got Barbara Windsor in it. Yeah, but the Porridge has been edited, Cobra. There's an episode of Porridge, if you remember, I've seen all the episodes of Porridge 100 times over, I could act it. I know the lines. But there's an episode where, you remember the episode where they thought Mr. Mackay was leaving and he was going to another prison, and then that other guy comes in that Fletcher recognises. Well, you notice they edit that when he first arrives at the prison, because when he's walking around the prisoners when they're down in the canteen, the new prison officer tells them about the type of people he doesn't like, and he starts listing all these descriptions of people. Well, that is edited because he uses racial terminology in it, so you can tell where they made all the cuts. In the Carry On film the other day, they'd edited a bit out the Carry On film. You remember the one, Mark, where Barbara Windsor comes in and she's lying in the hospital. She's lying in the what do you call them? What do you call those things in the hospital? The gurney thing. She's lying in one of them with a blanket over her, and Jim Dale comes in to have a look at her because she was modelling in a car, on the bonnet of a car, and she slipped off it and landed in her ass. And she's covered up with a blanket, and what's her name's in there? Hattie Jakes is in there with him, and they edited the bit where they take the blanket off her to have a look at her, and of course Barbara Windsor's got nothing on but two heart-shaped things covering her tits, and I think something similar covering her downstairs, but they edited that bit out. Because they didn't want to show bare flesh in the afternoon in case the kids are watching. So they've edited Carry On films. They've edited loads of stuff. It's hilarious. All because they don't want to upset certain people. The problem with us is we're getting too old, and we've put up with that sort of stuff back in the day because we knew no different. But that's the way things are nowadays. Mr. Sharkey has beaten Christian. That's not Sharkey from Germany. That's a Mr. Sharkey that I'm sure I saw that name in VP3 many moons ago. Maybe even earlier than that. So Tommy trying to get to the hill here. Needs to come back across far enough. Needs to keep going. Has he gone far enough? And he has just, but he's going to have to tweak this with loads of left English to keep the cue ball there or thereabouts. Got to hit this with pace though. Yeah, Sharky 9. And then there's Mr. Sharky. But as I say, Mr. Sharky is a name that I saw in VP3 many moons ago. But if you watch a load of films, any sort of films is shown in the afternoon, particularly obviously in BBC and ITV, there's loads of cuts made in films. And my argument is why the hell do they show them at that time of day then? You know, show them when it's past the watershed if they're feared of upsetting somebody. This is why I think, I'm all for having a non-politically correct channel where they can show all of that stuff. Yeah, that's Mary Whitehouse. Yeah, she was notorious. Talking about Till Death Us Do Part, she must have complained about that every week it was on. That's how she made her headlines. She was, I don't know whether she's chairman of the Viewers and Listeners Association or whatever the hell it was called. Welcome to Matt. But that's what I'm saying. They should have a non-politically correct channel, and anything that folk deem offensive, then show it on there and let us oldies watch what we used to watch. I mean, that's why you'll never see old episodes of the comedians. You'll never see old episodes of that, but if you want to see any of them, they're on YouTube. Now that's gone awry. Tommy's not got a hold of the cue ball there, or he hasn't got a hold of it enough, and he's left himself that awkward spot. Loads of results coming through. You've got LS3 has taken out John Boo, and Matt's just gone through against Jez Deb. Snooker starts tomorrow at 10 AM British Summer Time. Well, I can tell you exactly how my week will go next week. I work tomorrow. I've got a short shift tomorrow. I finish at 9:45. I've got my shopping to do for the whole week, so that's going to be a good hour I'm going to spend doing that before I get home. So I've got all my week's shopping done. I'll get home. I'll get something organised to eat. I'll have the telly on as soon as I get in the door. I'll have missed the first couple of frames probably in Ronnie's match. Then once I've had my breakfast, so combo for the match, by the way, for Tommy. So Tommy sends Chimpy to the one-loss side. And so once I'm fed and watered and settled, that'll be me in front of the telly all day tomorrow, and all afternoon and all evening. And likewise on Sunday, I'll go to work, I'll do my shift, get home at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, whenever it is, get fed, catch up with the results in the snooker or the scores, get ready for the live stream, and then it's snooker all next week while I'm off. Right, so loads of results through, because I'm always off the first week of the World Championships. I always make sure I've got the first week off so I can watch it all. Right, so we've got Matt waiting to play the winner of Stefan and Bankster. I think we'll jump in and watch the rest of that, however much is left. And the snooker, well, if you're not in the UK, you're absolutely hopeless if you cannot find a live stream of the snooker. I mean, there is going to be thousands of them. You will find a live stream, no problem. If you can't find a good live stream, I'll find one for you, because all you need to do is ask if you see me in the lobby. There's dozens of good quality live streams you'll be able to get at the World Championships. Well, Bankster on the hill, and Stefan is getting the last two, so clearly Stefan's not getting anywhere near those last two. You know that you're getting old when you remember watching the 1985 World Championship final, sitting up to midnight, sitting in my bed watching it all. My palms were absolutely sweating. I remember all of that. Well, that's got Bankster in trouble. He might just roll onto this 3-ball. Well, you get a double kiss. I don't think it's done him much harm. Well, he's left a pot on, but it'll be some shot to get into this cue ball and get any sort of sight on the 4. But there is the possibility of it, though. Oh, he's checked it up. I mean, that cue ball died on the top rail because he had the wrong English on it. Well, now he's going to try and nudge onto the 8. And that's not worked out. Well, what that needed was left English on it to run that cue ball around the angles and hope you get lucky coming down the table. Well, I remember the one where Jimmy White, I mean, I thought at the time when Jimmy White was 12-4 up, 12-8 up against Stephen Hendry, I thought, you know, this is Jimmy White's best chance of winning a world title. And for people who didn't watch that match, Stephen Hendry never missed a ball when he was 12-8 down against Jimmy White. He never missed a ball. He won the next 10 frames to beat Jimmy White 18-12. And Jimmy White was demoralised. Well, I remember Hendry before he really... I'm not even sure whether he was a professional at the time, but I remember him and Steve Davis were doing there was exhibition matches, challenge matches that were arranged by Stephen Hendry's manager at the time, Ian Doyle, and they were played around Scotland. And Stephen Hendry never won a match against Steve Davis at the time. Davis gubbed him in every match, and then Hendry had his first attempt at the World Championships. He ended up playing Willie Thorne, and Thorne just beat him in the first round. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember all of that. But I remember, I go a bit further back than that. I remember John Pillman was still playing in the World Championships at the time with his Arthur Askew glasses on. Back in the day then, you really only had, you had Alex Higgins, Graham Miles, the Silver Fox, what was his name, David Taylor, Spencer, Reardon. There was not an awful lot of professionals around at that time. And oh, that was close. Well, Joe Davis was, he was long since retired. And his brother is still the oldest player to get to a semi-final. He was 64 when he got to like the 80, was it 82 semi-final or something like that? Fred, yeah, Eddie Charlton. Eddie got to, I think, 3 World Finals, never won it. Eddie was a player who never liked using side. I think he refused to use side on the cue ball. Yeah, Perry Mons has got the record for getting to a World Final and not having anything higher than a 50 break. That shows you how the standard of the game has changed. You know, but the game was totally different in those days. It was, in those days it was all safety in terms of not taking big risks. The way, until really, I mean, even Steve Davis, the way he played, his game was all based on Joe Davis's technique. Joe Davis's technique was bringing the odd red out of the pack and trying to make breaks from that. And really, Henry was the one that went about it a totally different way. His idea was get into those reds as soon as you can, generally off the blue, and then everybody caught on to that idea, and that's what killed Steve Davis, because Steve Davis was so set in his ways of doing it, and everybody caught him up, went past him. Well, this match isn't over yet. Stefan getting to the last 2 this time, and he's 1 behind. More results through. Mooncake, final rack decider against DJ Rudo, and Travelling TT has got a result against Brainful Out. Yeah, Tony Mio, it's a strange way his career ended. I think Tony Mio, was bothered by his nerves more than anything else. I think his bottle went a lot of times. I don't know what he's doing now. Never hear anything about him. And by all accounts, you won't be hearing much of that other guy unless he gets a good result from his hearing. What's his name? Mark. What's his name? The baldy-headed guy. Somebody will remember his name because he's up for dodgy dealings at the bookies. So who's going to win the World Championships this year? I think it wouldn't be wrong to have another quid on what's his name. Milkins is too temperamental. He's a brilliant potter, but I think he beats himself up too much. Sean Murphy's the one to get a pound on because he's playing really well. Oh, this is the best season that Stephen Maguire's had. Not Stephen Maguire, Sean Murphy's had for a long time. He's been really consistent and scoring heavy when he's been in. He's won a couple of tournaments, and he's been there or thereabouts in a lot of other ones as well. Lost to Milkins in the Welsh Open, I think it was, in the final. But again, what I said, I think I said earlier on the week, I said if you watched any of the qualifying matches in the World Championships, you'll see and understand how difficult snooker is in reality. You know, we're so used to watching these top-end pros getting a hold of that cue ball and making breaks and all of that stuff and good safety. But if you'd watched the qualifiers, you'll see how tough it is. A lot of players really played at a standard that's nowhere near going to get them anywhere near a world title. Well, there's a one-loss side result through already as well. John Boo's beating Christian 4-1. Meanwhile, we're going all the way here. 6 apiece, final rack decider. Stefan breaking. And no joy. 5 balls not going to get there. And worse than that, he's left the 1 ball on for Bankster. Well, the one way they get funding is obviously sponsorship, because they have to have money for their travelling expenses and accommodation and all of that stuff. It's a tough career, The best chances for those guys is in those tournaments where it's where it's not like. It's not like the World Championships where it's you've got the top 16 seeds already there, and then everybody just has to battle for a position. Those other sort of lower ranked tournaments where it's all every man for himself, and it's just a random draw, and all the rounds are like a race to 4. That's where they've got the best chance of going deep into a tournament and winning a few quid. But there you've got that. What match was that the other night there? His name is, I can't remember his second name, but his first name, I can't remember his first name, but his second name is Davis. And that's a player that's been in and around tournaments, so seen him the odd time on television. But he's one of these sort of also-ran players, and that's him lost his the final qualifying match there on a black ball match, and he was playing Joe Perry, who's Joe Perry's one of his mates, and Joe Perry, Mark Davis, that's the one, and Mark Davis lost on the black. He actually had the match in his grasp, and I think he missed. Did he miss the pink? And Joe Perry had to pot the pink and black to win the match 10 frames to 9, and by doing that, Joe Perry qualified for the tournament proper, and he sent his mate into oblivion because he's now lost his tour card, so he's now not officially a pro. He's got to go through the qualifying school to get back into the tournaments, so that's going to be a struggle for him. It's going to be a tough schooling, and I mean he's not getting any younger either. That's the other problem. But that's where all the hard work gets done. We're so used to watching the top players, but all of these players outside the top 32, they're all knocking heads together, and they just don't play at the level that keeps them consistent, and they're winning regular. It's up, down, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and vice versa. So Stefan has a table at his mercy. He's got to hold himself together here. Remember, he only needs to get to the last 2, so he just needs the 8 ball to get through. This match is 50 minutes old. Well, he's just blew it straight away there. He's had a bang to try and get out for the 7. So Bankster needs to pot the remaining balls to get through. He might be a bit straight on this 6. Well, he's got it moving. Yeah, 50 minutes for 13 racks in VP4 is too long. And this is why the tournament goes on to after 11 o'clock at night when this sort of thing happens. Well, he's certainly got an angle. He's tight to the rail though, which limits how much he can get into the cue ball. And that needs to spin. And he's going to finish on top of the 9. And Stefan ain't done and dusted yet. Well, this 9 ball is going to be dead set, so Stefan is going to be through. Bankster couldn't get it done. So Stefan will now move through, I think, to play Matt in round 2. Meanwhile, we've got Spectre Dawn playing Travelling TT, who I think is getting something like 5 and out or something, or thereabouts. What's he getting? The 7 and 8 balls. Tommy's playing Mooncake. I think we'll dive in and catch some of that. What's happening there? 4-0 to Tommy by the look of it. Well, you want to bump the 7 ball here, don't you? I mean, the angle's there to do it, so you just let the cue ball bump the 7. Well, he's missed the 7, but it's not done him any harm. This is a wee bit tricky, but I'm sure that the 4 ball goes past the 8 ball if he ends up going up the table. Well, it's tight though, and it's even more awkward now at that angle. Let's have a look. Yeah, it goes. There's plenty of room. A full pocket there. And DJ Rudy has won by forfeit, so I don't know what's happened to Chimpy there with that one. Chimpy's no complaining about handicap again, is he? Oh, you got the flu, man flu. Well, I hope you can keep it, mate. I don't want it. No, after what I've had the last couple of months. Face like Quasimodo for the last three weeks or so. Well, this for 5-0. And like I said earlier, Tommy's due a good run in this tournament because I think, as I said, his Friday night 9 balls that have went in, they've all ended in disaster. He's never really gone deep in them that I can remember. Well, the 1 ball tried to get in the side pocket, it didn't. The 7 ball's going to go in top right. And I think Tommy's got a clean shot in the 1. And I think he should just roll this in. You know, he's going to be in the 2, but he wants to get that angle in the 2. Now, whether it be inside or outside the 2, he wants to be able to get out into the table for the 3. Well, he's gone inside the 2. Now, I don't know whether he's got enough angle there. He's going to have to thump this to get it across, or he's got it. It was actually better than it looked. Now, I'd be coming back off this 3 ball. Just a little dink back. Doesn't want to nudge the 8 onto the 9 though. Did he? Some years ago. Aye, well that's what I mean. He's never really in a Friday night 9 ball final. When was you in a Friday night 9 ball, Cobra? Good evening to Popman. Popman is roll cage. Now that 8 ball, I think, is better looking than it is from here. Well, quick look at it. He's overcut it. He's overcut it. And Mooncake's got his chance. I'd 8 balls fine. Well, when was the last time you were in a Friday night 9 ball, Cobra? I don't remember. Well, Mooncake, I think he can dink this in and just drop through. But he's going to get off the mark. It's going to be a big comeback here from Mooncake. Trailing 5-0 at the moment. Now 5-1. Eight ball into the top right. 1 ball nowhere near the side pocket from what I can see, but he's on the 1. Now this is tricky again because he wants to come across the table, miss the 5 and back out. Is he going to try and dink this in? No, he is coming out. And he's got to miss the 5 and he has missed it, but he hasn't ran far enough. Well, he's got room to jump, but these are awkward because it's actually bordering on being too close to actually get the jump right, this 2 ball. Loads of room to get over the 5, but it's difficult to judge getting the right hit on this 2. Now, he's played it well, never a doubt, but there is a doubt here though. And he certainly ain't jumping that. See, Cobra's having to trawl through his history. And you've only got 10 pages of history, you'll never find it. April 22, there you go, a bloody year ago. No wonder, my memory doesn't remember 3 weeks ago, let alone a year ago. Well now, we've got the 6 ball into the side. Now if you get the right angle on that 6 ball, you can certainly bump the 7 into play. And Mooncake's the one that's going to have to do it, provided he can get these 3 balls the way they are, and he shouldn't have any problem with that. But he's got to play this 5 ball so that he's sort of there on the 6, and then he can get the bump in the 7. Unless he's want to roll the 6 in and play the combo, so he's going to have to give himself a choice here. And I think he's gone too far, but that obviously now means he's going to be playing the combo. Remember, repetition. It was not. It was not me getting to the final. It was how I got to the final. Oh dear. Well, that's a disaster. But it come about from the fact that he never did what I said he should have did. He might get out of this yet, you know. But he should have got himself out into the table so he was potting the 6 and bumping the 7 out into play. And if he had done that in the first place, he might not have been in this situation where he's going to have to dig out the bank here. And that was well done. So it's another rack in the board. Almost dead and buried there, Mooncake, but he's hanging in one way or another. So 7 and 8 in the break, no shot in the 1. Now I'd be pushing out here. I'd be pushing out up to that top left hand corner, up where the 9 ball is, and leaving an edge of the 1 ball showing. Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, I was talking about when I was doing the match the other night, the stud match. I was talking about Mal being one of the favourites for it until it was pointed out that Barker's had signed up, and I didn't even notice. And he's the current virtual world championship at the snooker, or the world champion, I should say. That's one way of doing it. Well, just take everybody's word for it. Repetition, he's bloody good. He's bloody good, but as I proved when I got to the when I got to the final of the VP3 Virtual World Snooker Championships, there's ways of eating guys that are better than you at snooker, and just bore them to death, grind them into submission. That's what I did. I did that to Dow Hombre. He'd a bloody sore head once I was finished with him, and he could outscore me every day. That's somebody we haven't seen here for a while. He went over to the other place, and I've never seen him since. So, what did we get there? We get the 2, the 3, and the 6. And I think he can get into the gap. Yeah. Oh, he's going to have to tweak it though, I think. Yeah, just a little bit of spin. Well, this is looking good to get back within 1 here. Well, what one was it he won? Somebody, Cobra will know what one he won, but he doesn't play a lot online. He prefers to record himself playing the AI. Whereas I can't see the point in it at all. I don't get any pleasure out of playing the AI and offline at all. Because 90% of them are all complete numpties, and then the other 10% they'll pot the balls off the lampshades. Well, he was in that black ball one that he bailed out of, wasn't he? Where he wasn't supposed to be right. Cue ball has gone. Well, that's the usual disaster after you've just won another rack. But this is not a run-out table, not at the moment, especially where the 3-ball's sitting. Now again, Tommy can get on this 2-ball in such a way that he can have a go at moving that 3-ball. Well, he didn't get a good enough angle, and he couldn't get enough into it. It's only like, in fact, I couldn't even tell you what the Virtual World Championship is. It was only like the first to 6 or something like that, which is not a World Championship as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. But it's simply the way that the tournament system's set up. Oh, that's a nice little kick combo. Yeah, the tournament system. If there was a way where you could quit your match and then resume it, you know, that was the advantage of the old basic VP4 tourney system, because you could do all of that stuff. Because the tournament director just manually entered the results. You didn't affect the tournament bracket. You had to set your own rooms up then, you know, according to the rules of the tournament. You had to set the table settings and all of that. And as much as there's the automation in VP4, the suggestions that I made long time in the past, especially for like the snooker, Steve never paid any attention to it, so it's only whatever he sets it to, and that's what you have to go by. When you think about it, a race to 6 in snooker, for the top guys, you know, they can get, it's just like real life, they can get through a frame of snooker in, you know, 12, 13 minutes if somebody gets a good score. And the guy concedes, you're on to the next frame, and then the next thing you know, it's all over. So, we're all square here, and this could be a long night, folks. The way this is going, there's we've already had that first round match that was about 50 odd minutes. We've got this one here dragging on. Yeah, but see if there was an option in big tournaments where there was a tab in the menu that the players could bring up to save your match and resume later. That would be handy, and then you could have a proper World Snooker Championship. That way, you don't have to play the whole match. Because if if I was involved in it, you know what I would have it to. I would have it to all the proper the proper distance. First best of 19 in the first round, like I said earlier on. And that's what they used to do. You know, they'd agree and play so many frames and then resume their match another time. Well, that's going to have to be kicked in. I don't know whether it can be cut in. Can it be cut in? That might be able to be cut in actual fact, that 2-ball. He needs to give that another look, Mooncake. I think you could get that thin and cut it in, but he's kicked it in anyway. I'm pretty certain you could cut that 2 in. Well, all the other results are flying through, but they're all on the one-loss side, so they're all going to have a wait. Eloquenti's gone through in a final rack against Rainfall Out, and Bankster's just gone through in his first match, the one-loss side against Jezdev. Well, what was it? Was Tommy 5-0 up? I'm sure he was 5-0 up, wasn't he? Well, he's about to go behind here. So it's going to be 6 in a row here for Mooncake. Well, Tommy's run in the winner's side tonight is under threat. Well, something went into the right side. And I think the 6 ball is blocking the shot to that one. It most certainly is. But there's enough edge just to dink that 1 ball. You've got to miss the 3 though. And you could be leaving a bank. That's the only problem with that. If you just hit the edge and you come over there somewhere, there's a strong chance you're leaving the bank into the side. Now, of course, he doesn't have to have a go at this. He can obviously play the push out, which he's going to do. But he doesn't want to play a push out down to this bottom end of the table or up to the top of the table. And that's not bad. He's probably going to get put back in. Because it's very difficult to dink this and try and hide behind the 3 ball, I think. Yeah. And Mr. Sharkey goes through against DJ Redo. So loads of results all through, but these matches are getting held up on the winner's side. Let's have a quick look and see how things are going. Well, obviously, this match is still going. LS3 is waiting on the winner of it, I think. Is that the right one? What one am I on? No, that's Matt and Stefan. What am I talking about? What the hell match are we in? Tommy and Mooncake. There he is. Inspector Don playing Travelling TT. I'm going to have to clean my screen because it's got blotches or whatever on it. Whatever's coming out my mouth when I'm speaking, it's all on the screen. Well, that was no good. But the ball in hand might not be much better here for Mooncake. He's just going to have to try and punch the one up the table and nail this to the 6. And that has got Tommy in a whole heap of trouble because he's got no angle off the short rail in the bottom. I don't think he has. None whatsoever. And he's going to have to go up and down. That's the line. Up to sort of there, down to there, and there. Oh, he's actually fit it perfect. Didn't need the bottom rail. The only unfortunate thing is he's left the thin cut in the 1. And Mooncake's bound to be on the 2, and this match should be over. And it'll be 7 in a row for Mooncake if he does, from 5-0 down. Who would have thought of that when we joined the room? And Matt has gone through 7 racks to 4 against Stefan. Now, I've just counted the seconds on my live stream there on YouTube, and it's now 7 seconds. So I'm just going to tab to do a quick refresh on my channel. And then I'm going to count the seconds after this 6 ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Christ almighty, it's still 6. Well, this has been a big turnaround in this match. Tommy thought he was well and truly home at 5-0 up. And Mooncake has came and picked his pocket here for a 7-5 win. And it goes. Well, you don't often see that in Friday Night 9 ball. Somebody 5-0 up and then losing 7-5. Especially in a non-handicap match. So well done to Mooncake. Tommy, well, I've said that Tommy doesn't really have that great a Friday Night 9 balls. He was going along fairly nicely there till 5-0. Until I joined the room, it has to be said. So Tommy might end up blaming me. I've jinxed him. So we've now, let me do a changing the time in that thing. Right, so we've now got LS3 against Matt, which is a match we're now going to get into watch. We'll get right in there now. And player 2 in the HUD is LS3. She's getting the last 2 again. I don't think that's that important because LS3 can run a table like all of the other guys can. It just means their racks over a wee bit quicker. That's all that really means. But Matt's off and running, first rack the board, and not a great safety from LS3 because I think there's enough of the one showing here. Just enough. Well, this is a bit straight though. He's got to tweak the cue ball a bit here to get this out into the table. No, he's just running through for it into the corner. Well, that'll work. Wow. What the hell happened there? How could that 3 ball end up hanging over the bag? Oh, that's ended up perfect in a 5 ball. Absolutely perfect. Right, I'm going to be back in a wee second, guys. Right, I'm back. So we're one rack apiece. Now the 5 ball goes up past the 7. So ideally you want to be either cutting the 4 into the side pocket slightly. Oh dear. Well, the mistakes are coming here from Matt. And this messing about on YouTube, as well as playing in a tournament, is not a good idea, as he's finding out. Well, it's dead set into the side as well. Now I'm just in the process of nibbling some of my Tesco ready salted potato chips, just for something to munch on. Now there you can see Cobra's tactics there. He's trying to divert anybody putting him down as favourite for the final. He's trying to divert all of that away from himself there with that tagline. So push out called. Well, it's certainly well away from the bank. Now is LS3 trying to push this 1 ball through or skim off the 1 ball? It looks to me as if it needs to be extremely thin to avoid bumping into 3. Trying anything like that. Well, this is a perfect opportunity to tuck this 1 ball just very thin though. I don't know how much Matt is hampered with that 9, but you get room to run the cue ball here, and that's not great. And that's given LS3 opportunities here. What's that about your profile pic, Matt? I've never noticed anything about your profile pic. I'll have a look at that in a minute. I can't read that. I've got to get out of my chair. Slim to win 25-21. Let's go Slim. Ah, right. Hang on a minute here. No, he's okay. Well, I got my gas bill through by email earlier on this afternoon. Guess how much my gas bill was from January to April? Right, the one I had up until December, or when is it, from September to January or whatever it's called, that last quarter was, I think, £493. So I called it 500. The one that came through this afternoon is £503. Fucking unbelievable. But I mean, I've had the heating on pretty much every night. You know, when I'm sitting in front of the PC, it's been on, and it just kicks in now and again. But the forecast next week's to be good. It's to get warmer, so the heating will be off then. But I know I'd rather have the heating on than have it off. I don't want to be sitting here bloody freezing. The other day, out the back door the other day to the bin, and bloody hailstones are bouncing in my head. So Matt, into the lead. Well, big lead, 4 racks to 1 now. LS3 needs to get their act together here. I mean, my weekly shot, I've got a weekly shot to do tomorrow. And before all of this bloody Ukraine war bullshit started, my weekly shop was costing me roughly maybe between 65 and 72 quid a week. That's with my discount off it. And now it's like 90 odd quid for my weekly shop for one person. And I will add, I ordered a Chinese the other night. A Chinese that would normally have cost me like 11 quid. 14 quid it cost me. Couple of results through again. Spectre on, marching on, 7 racks to 4 against travelling TT. Stefan survives a final rack decided against Eloquente on the 1 loss side. Now, let's have a look. Well, Matt can see the 1 clean. Now that's another little touchy cut. Well, he's pumped to 9. Well, that's not done him any great harm because he's going to bump the 7 as well. And that'll hold him for the 3. Well, you go forward and down that left side as we look. Well, he's just a bit straight again. What are you buying, Napnicker? Are you just buying like 20 tins of beans to do the full week? I remember going to someone like Lidl's or Aldi's for the first time. This was when the first one opened in our town. And I walked back out the shop because I walked in and I said, where's the baskets? We don't have any baskets. I said, well, what the hell am I to do with my shopping then? So I just walked out. That's how basic they were when they started. This place had no baskets in it at all. It was only a small shop. So it wasn't a place where you go in, you know, where they had shopping trolleys outside the store. It wasn't big enough for that. It was on a retail park as well. And so I walked in and, yeah, we don't have any baskets. What's that, Popman? Say hello to my mate Dodsy. I presume his second name is Dodds. He's been watching your streams for a while. What is it? What is he not? Is he not get any hands, Popman? Can he not type? Good evening and welcome. Well, it's Aldi's or Lidl's that has the silly bit down the centre with all the crap in it. You know, stuff that you'd never think to buy anywhere else in the world, but they sell it and they've got silly special offers on and something that they've got in for the week. Like a set of magnifying glasses or something. Is that Aldi's? Is that? Oh, is he on the phone? Well, don't forget, Dodsy, be there on Sunday night at 6 PM. We'll get the Virtual 9-Ball World Championship Final. Race to 25. If you can't be there, watch it on my YouTube channel at a later time. It'll be on the playlist for the tournament. Well, these matches are threatening to be long drawn out. It certainly will be if LS3 can get herself back in this. I mean, she's got a shot in the one because Matt hasn't hit it. But again, you know, you've got to be thinking ahead here if you're early. Because the first thing you have to be worried about is dealing with the 6 ball. And the way to have dealt with that 6 ball would have been to have kept that 4 ball there and then got a bump off the 4. And you're bound to be having a shot in the 5. So this might go pear-shaped quickly here. Oh, good evening to Slim. Nobody cares about Newcastle and Aston Villa, Potman. Only the Geordies care about that. Nobody else anywhere in the UK is bothered. Now, I don't know that that was the wisest shot that LS3 will ever play, because she's not only banked to 3, bumped to 6 and brought it in play, but the 3's left on here, and I think LS3's heading to the 1 loss side after that shot. Geordies and Saudis. Don't you listen to him, Slim. He's trying to get inside your head. It's Cobra's way of doing stubbish stuff. Pay no attention. In fact, just ignore everything Cobra says from here on in till Sunday. So this for the match. What do you mean, ever winning it again? They won it before, remember? Right, so Matt goes through. LS3 heads over to that 1 loss side. Now, what else is holding us up here? Let's have a look. So Matt is through to the hot seat match. And he's waiting on Mooncake or Spectre Dawn, so we'll dive into that. Yeah, Leicester did win the Premiership. So you walked into that one, Potman. Slim. Why did I get you confused with Potman? I don't know. I'm going to have another nibble here. Blame me in that one. I just don't get this Yankee humour. Now, did that hit a rail there? No, it didn't. So, Mooncake, odds on certainty to square the match here. Oh, this is pretty straight. He might just have to come back. I don't know whether he's going to push it through. Yes, he is pushing it through. Cue ball. We saw that in one of the matches tonight where again somebody wins a rack. Little run out and then the next thing, boom, scratching the break. So one rack apiece, but Spectre Dawn with ball in hand, looking to just roll through behind that 3 I think to get onto the 2. Oh dear. The English has done him there. He had left English on it to make sure the cue ball come back into the gap, avoiding bumping into stuff. And that's why he missed the 2. So Mooncake has been let off the hook now. Is he going to let Spectre Dawn off the hook? Because this is a wee bit tricky to run out. Well, he's failed straight away and scratched again, decided he doesn't want it. Well, the Grand National is tomorrow. The most famous race in the world, although Americans and Australians would argue against that, but it is the most famous steeplechase in the world. The animal rights people are moaning again. Four and a half miles round Aintree. So the 7 ball is the immediate issue from preventing this run out. And he could, no, I don't think he can get there. He has to make the cut on the 5. And is he going to try and get over on the short side of this 7? Because he can get there. I mean, he could end up down here and try and cut it back. And that's what he's trying for. And he's made a damn good effort at it. And that's perfect. I haven't a clue. I mean, I know nothing about horse racing and I never watch it. And the only one that I do make an effort to see at some point is the Grand National, just to see how many horses die. You know, whenever they bring out the tarpaulin around a fence, you know that's a horse getting put down. But I have no clue who the favourite is or whatever. None whatsoever. Now, who is Irvin Cornell? £569. What does that mean? Well, generally speaking, it's the one that goes over on its leg or goes over, lands on its head. And that's usually the ones that get put down. So Stefan survives on the 1 loss side. Takes out Mr. Sharkey. 4 racks to 1. And meanwhile, Spectre Dawn looking to open up the gap here. Now, he's going to come round behind the 5. He's not going to leave the 5-9 combo. Well, the only one thing I can guarantee about the crowd at Aintree tomorrow is it'll be full of Irishmen. You'll be lucky you meet anybody in Liverpool that doesn't have an Irish accent. It's a bit like going to the open golf. You're hard pushed to see anybody that isn't Japanese when you go to the Open. So Spectre Dawn doing what he does all too well in these tournaments. Running tables, given a chance. "27 horses are from Ireland." Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Most of them are, a lot of them are Irish trained and of course owned by Arabs. So 3 ball in the break, thin cut in the 1. They'll be trying to bump the 4 here, I would think, just to hold for the 2. That would seem like, I don't know whether he can get this enough and spin it into the 4 or he's trying to come out clean. Now, answers on a postcard is the same with that shot, because I have not a clue what he was trying to do there. Well, he's got the hit. And I don't think he's got away with it though, because there might be enough of the 2 ball showing. Yes, there's more than enough. Well, these are the sort of mistakes that Mooncake must show Spectre Dawn he's capable of doing this and getting this done and getting out and punishing any errors. And Bankster has taken out Travelling TT 4 racks to 2. True story, I used to play cards / ponies when I lived near a park. I have not a clue what that is. That might be a joke, but it's went straight over my head. Well, Mooncake, it might be the wrong angle in this 8 ball. He's going to have to draw across the table, I think, for the 9 into the opposite side pocket. Yeah. So, back to within 1. And a ball has gone into the side. Might have been 8 ball that's gone into the side. He's got no shot in the 1. Just when you need that little roll of the ball, 2 ball goes in the way. Well, he's played a little combo in the 7. That was well done. And the 1 ball's back in play as well. So now he's good to go. And the only one that's going to be a problem is the 6 ball. Just getting down onto it nice enough. Oh dear. Well, he hasn't got the 1. Well, Spectre Dawn's now the player that's going to be getting on the 6 ball. Now here's another question. Surely in this politically correct society that we live in nowadays, there must be the obligatory female jockey in it this year again, is there not? Because again, I've paid no attention to the runners and riders or anything, so I don't know. But I would imagine that the women's lib element and the politically correct people will be saying there should be a female jockey in it somewhere on some old pit pony that's got no chance of ever winning it, let alone completing 2 circuits of the bloody track. Well, I don't remember that, Cobra. But did a woman win it last year? Well, that's a surprise to me. Are we sure she was a woman? I don't want to get controversial here, but you know what it's like nowadays now with athletics and various bits of people's bodies getting cut off and added to. Did they verify it was a female? Well, Mooncake trying to stay in touch here. Again, a nice table to be running out. I mean, the only woman you normally see at the National anywhere near horses is usually got a hold of the horse's rein because she's a stable girl. Rachel Blackmore, the only female this year. Now, that's not to say that the horse will ever get onto the start line, because I mean, there's 40 runners and riders usually in it, but depending on the conditions, 2 or 3 horses might get withdrawn before the start. That's what usually happens. And you would think that with the weather recently, the going will be sort of. I would say the going will be soft. I would expect the turf to be digging up. She's on the favourite. She's won the Gold Cup. Oh well. Again, that just shows you how much I pay attention to horse racing. Oh dear, there's a big mistake there by Mooncake. I mean, it's finished awkward for Spectre Dawn. And are they not putting on at a stupid time now? It used to be on about 20 minutes to 4 for years and years and years. And then I heard I think the question was asked in a quiz. I think it might have been on the Chase yesterday about the start time of the Grand National, and I think the answer was like 20 past 5 or something. Something stupid like that. 5:15 it starts. And it takes 15 minutes for them to run the race. Now that's obviously provided that the starter gets the horses in order and doesn't have something stupid start like a false start. We had that one year. In fact, we had that where the horses were actually halfway down the course before and they had to try and stop them. I remember watching that one. And then did we not have another one that had to be abandoned as well? Oh, a bomb scare or something, aye. Well, Spectre Dawn is going to defend his lead, and he's going to open it to 2 again. But the mistake came from Mooncake when he had the table at his mercy. Ball went into either top corner there. And the cue ball's finished right on top of the 1. This is a little dinky combo. And this 1 ball needs to stay there, which it has done. And, well, you would say it's odds on Spectre Dawn will be on the hill after this visit. Now here's a question: is there many of the supermarkets going to be open down south on Charlie's coronation day? Because we're certainly open up here. That's what I said the other day there. I was asked if I wanted to work the bank holiday Monday. I always work the bank holidays anyway because it's a contracted day for me. Plus you get overtime money plus a day owed, and we're getting double time and a quarter for working on the day of the coronation. I don't think we'll be that busy though. I think most people will be stuck in front of the telly watching it because nobody's ever seen a coronation. Not in 70 years, 70 odd years they haven't. I don't reckon it'll be a long day at work that day. Now, see, whenever a Scotsman sees the word complimentary, a Scotsman interprets that as getting it gratis, not costing $1. So you were basically selling everything out of Aldi's, cooking everything out of Aldi's, tins of beans and stuff like that. Oh, that's cheeky. That is very cheeky. Now, if you hit this 1 hard enough, you might be able to stun that 3 ball in. Oh well, you got to hit the 1 first of all, Mooncake. That was a bit of a duffer. Well, what's Spectre Dawn going to do here? He's going to nail him to the 9. Well, that's bullshit. Well, as soon as I read that on the notice, I'd be out the door. Well, that's 2 fouls. Now Spectre Dawn has the table with ball in hand, so he's either going to go for 3 or he's going for the run out. I think he's going for the run out now. Well, this is not guaranteed. He's going to have to just leave this on the left side here and run the cue ball, or he's going to have to just dink out and leave the long cut in the 4. But you've got to get on the 6 ball though, and that's the problem. And this is not a gimme rack now. Well, he's got to get into the cue ball if he's going to try and stun across and spin between the 6 and 8. And I think he's got too much angle here. He's putting English on it to check the cue ball. And look where he's ended up. Absolutely nowhere, and now he's nailed to the 9, and it's all gone pear-shaped, and that's all from the positional shot in the previous shots. He never got good. And he had a match in his grasp there, Spectre Dawn, on the hill. Well, he's got the hit, which is the most important thing. But it's wide open now for Mooncake to survive. Well, we're already now 2 hours into the tournament. Well, this is too straight as well. This is no great. Let's have a look at what he's done here. Yeah, absolutely bolt straight. He's going to have to run through to the short side of the 8. I'm going to have to change my mouse because this mouse is sticking. Just hang on a wee minute. I've got to tab out to do it. Oh no, he's overcut it. He's overcut the 8. And it's sayonara, hasta la vista, and all the other comments you want to make, because this 8 ball's going in, cue ball up and down the table, into the table for the 9. So, through to yet another final. Well, Mooncake can't say he didn't have his chances, but he couldn't get it done to survive. So, Spectre Dawn through 7 racks to 3. What does that say there? Scheduled maintenance Tuesday, April the 18th at 12 midnight GMT. Well, that's British summertime now, Steve. We'll be down a few hours. I wonder what that's for. Anyway, we'll worry about that when we come to it. So where have we got to? Well, this is about to... well, it is about to go ahead because it's now Matt against Spectre Dawn in the hot seat. Let's have a look at what's going on over here. Well, we've got LS3 waiting on the winner of Bankster and Tommy. Let's dive into that quickly, because that's hill at the moment. Now Tommy's at the table, the 2 ball goes, and he should be out. Well, Stubbs not feeling well, Slim. You weren't here earlier on. I read out the messages that he sent me on Facebook the other night. He's had problems with a tooth, and he's had to go to the dentist, but he had that prior to his match. Yeah, well, the problem for Stubb is he went back to his old ways too many times. I gave him his advice before the match started. I told him to break from the right side and not to amp it up, and just to hit the ball and try and get that 1 ball going into the side, and he did. He got 2 or 3 of them into the side. but it was the stuff in between that was no good. He was losing shape as usual, trying to dig himself out of holes with crazy pots, and that's exactly it. He fluked out of the racks that he won. He fluked 2 of them with 9 balls. So the match is over here. Tommy has gone through by 4 racks to 3 against Bankster, and now we've got Tommy up against LS3. Meanwhile, we've got Stefan playing Mooncake. Mooncake, of course, just having come through from that last match. So I think we'll stay and watch this LS3 and Tommy match. That's exactly what we'll do. We'll jump in there. They're probably lagging off right now. And then again, we might not be able to get into the room. Oh, there we go, we're in. So Tommy won the lag, race to 4, no handicap. 9 ball in the break, 9 ball comes back up, and no real shot in the 1. Yeah, I mean, even the best players, if you get that little bit of a lead on them, and then it starts to get threatening, then they're under pressure to deliver. As Cobra was in that first match against Slim, he knows that. He had to go for some shots. It didn't work out for him. But you've then got to just say, well, that's your bad match. Your bad match is done. Well, no problem for Tommy hitting the 1 ball. The problem with that is the 1 ball more than likely to be staying there if it bumps into the 8 or 9. So he's got to try and glance this 1 ball. Oh, he's just giving it a good pop and hope. Well, here's a table for LS3 where, again, at this level, you have to be running out. There's loads of room to come down here on the right for the 3 ball. Now this can be stunned straight down. I don't know, let's have a look at the angle. No, there's a good enough angle there just to come down. It's all about judging the pace. Now she looks as if she's going forward at the moment. Nope. Well, that's a bit sort of chickening out, isn't it? That's sort of bailing out. The right shot was to stun that in and just come down. And I would have thought she'd have more confidence to play that shot than bail out up table like this. Now, I'm just going to tab out for a second so I can swap this mouse over because this other one's sticking a bit. Hang on a second. Back in about 30 seconds time. We'll wait to see if she can get on the 6 ball good. And that might not be it. It'll do though. Right, that's my other mouse installed. Everything should be fine now. So, get a hold of the cue ball, back for the 8. And you see that was too much, and now she's nailed behind the 9. And again, the execution of the shot is letting her down. And she thinks she can jump over this 9. Good luck with that. Well, the signs weren't good there for LS3 when she didn't play the right shot to start with, in my opinion, on the 4-ball. Was it the 4-ball that was up the table? Because all you had to do is pot that and stun off the shot rail down the table and get on to the next one. And she bailed out on it. And, you know, that's not really playing with much confidence to get good shape. And she paid the price, eventually running in behind the 9-ball. You've got to play the right shots. Now, in your head, you're thinking, the shot is to stun this in and get down the table. So Tommy gets a ball in the break. Certainly something's gone in. I haven't a clue what it is that's gone. It's the 1 ball that's gone. It must have went into the side. I never even noticed. Did it go into the side? Left side pocket? It should have done. Somebody must have been watching this. Now he needs to have the angle in the 3, and he's just got it. He can run forward and just let the cue ball run out, basically. I think he could have ran forward. I don't think he had to stun it. I think he still would have been fine. Well, now there's a decision to be made here. You've got to try and get into the gap or bank the 5, one of the two. Because if it's the thin cut, this could end up going funny. Well, he's found a gap and everything's fine. So, Tommy into a 2-0 lead. Well, the 1 ball caught the rail before the side pocket this time, but again, something else has gone in. 6 is gone. I think that Tommy can't see the 1. Yeah. And the 1 ball's gone safe, which is really all you're hoping for at the end of the day. If you can't get the pot. And now LS3's got to come up with something that's good and doesn't gift an opportunity for Tommy here. He's gone all out for the bank. And she's got away with it slightly. Now, the 1 is there to be cut onto the 3 for the combo. It certainly is. There's plenty of room to cut that onto the 3, and it goes. Now the 1 ball, or the cue ball, needs to stay in play, which it has done. Although he's got to watch he doesn't juice this up too much and the cue ball kills onto the rail. He's got to let it run forward and come back in just like that. Incidentally, that match between Stubb and Cobra had a maximum of 29 viewers. It's not the biggest audience of the tournament for my stream. I think it was one of Stubb's earlier matches that was 30. Was it 30? I can't remember. Was it 31 or 33? Something like that. But the maximum was 29 that we had. Combination of YouTube and Twitch together. And then you go on to Twitch and you look at some of the guys that are streaming, and they'll get like 1,500 people, 5,000 watching them. So LS3 has got it all to do. Tommy 1 away. LS3 heading to bed right now. 1 ball again has gone short. That's twice that the 1 ball's going short to that side rail. So I don't know where Tommy's putting the cue ball, whether he's right on the corner of the box, but the 1 ball's going there and coming out. So obviously there's a technique to get it right where the 1 ball is going straight into the side pocket. And that's what you've got to work out with that break. Well, Tommy, I don't know whether he can get enough of the 1 to actually pot this. No, he couldn't. Now, again, I'm puzzled as to why he slammed it, but the end result is good enough. Because I think he could have just stunned that around and held the cue ball rather than slamming it. But it'll do. Got the cover. And again, it's not a table that's going to be run out all too quickly where the 3 ball is. It's hiding behind the 9-up table. So, and where the 2 ball is isn't exactly that you're going to play any sort of combo. Now Tommy can bank the 1 and try and duck in behind the 3 here. That's what he's trying. That's what he's looking at. And I think now the best bet here is to try for 3 fouls. The way this table's sitting. Although LS3's got enough room this time, I think. Let's have a look. Just enough room to jump. And again, is now on 2 fouls. But now we've got a 1-3 combo for Tommy to start. He's run out for the match. Well, remember I said earlier on this evening when Tommy was in this tournament at the start that Tommy's, I don't think, really had a very good Friday night 9-ball experience. He struggled to stay the distance in these tournaments, but right now he's looking good at surviving at least 1 more match, albeit in the 1-loss side. Although he's now hooked himself in the 5. I maybe spoke too soon. Well, LS3 has actually ball in hand to get herself off the mark, and Mooncake has taken out Stefan 4 racks to 0. So that means that Mooncake is now waiting on the winner of this match. That'll update in a second, but you'll see Mooncake there. So whoever gets through this one, Mooncake's the one they're going to be playing. And LS3, again, she's overhit that far too heavy, getting far too deep into the cue ball. Okay, you know, the 7 ball's comfortable to roll down the rail, but just a bit too much digging the cue ball there. Now this is finished fairly straight in the 8, but it shouldn't be any problem. You can pinch a little angle and cheat the pocket. Well, it's not such a long road back when it's a race to 4, but it's on the knife edge when you're 3-1 down. Well, LS3's not looking for that one in the side, so she's breaking straight down the middle. But has had a ball, the 3 ball's gone, has a shot in the 1. Now this is one of these where you can let the cue ball run around the angles. I think you can cut this, but there's a chance you might run into the 2 doing it. Yeah, well, if you're trying to get fancy there, it didn't work out, but I don't think this is a great bank either on the 1 ball. You're trying to get the cue ball out of the way to make the bank on this, so he's just trying to... Did he hit that one? Did he actually hit it? No, he didn't. He actually missed it. So, another lifeline with ball in hand here for LS3. And we can see there's a problem. The problem is the 5 ball is way too tight past that 8. But there is room in the short side to get to the 5. But that's immediately going to be a problem depending on how LS3 gets on the 4. Now, what you don't want to be is you don't want to be there on the 4 ball, because you then, you know, the 6 ball is in your way to get across the table. And having said that, she's totally forgotten about the 2, and I think it is bedtime. It's past my bedtime, and I think LS3 is struggling a little bit. Well, how's that little nudge in the 6? And there's an angle to get down on the short side. Oh no, LS3 lives again. No, wait a minute, the 4's got in and he's landed plumb in the 5. Well, there you go. That's the sort of rolls you need. Well, that's true. Tommy doesn't play an awful lot online. You know, for a lot of visits like that. But he's looking good here now to get through on that match with Mooncake. Meanwhile, while this is going on, what the hell's happening in the hot seat match again? I need to get out my chair to look. What's that? 4-3. No, sorry. It is. It's 4-3 to Matt. And this 9 ball looks tight. It's not bad. Oh, he's bumped the rail too soon. Well, LS3's got to go all out for the bank. And this is a good bank. This is a perfect bank, this 9 ball. Just got to get the pace right. You don't slam this. You've just got a medium pace and let it take the line. And with that medium pace, it gives every chance at going in. And that's perfect. Absolutely spot on. That's the perfect way and the perfect speed to play the bank. Now, all of a sudden it's 3 racks to 2. And LS3's not changing the break. And nothing doing. Oh, wait a minute. 5 ball thought about it. It's gone in. And there's certainly nothing doing up there. Well, this is a dinky little shot here that LS3 might be trying. I know she's playing the push out. Well, you've got to be careful with this push out because you could easily be nailed. Well, she's actually played the push out and I think barely touched the cue ball. She might be put back in, and she has been. And she's called her own bluff there because Tommy's having none of it. And now she's got to come up with something. But it's tricky. Almost stuck to the rail with the cue ball. And it's a dodgy little touch in this one ball if you're just trying to skim it. That might not be too bad. Let's have a look. Well, it isn't because you know, Tommy can brush the one and he's hoping to brush it behind the three like that. And that will do because LS3 ain't getting to that from this side. Oh no, wait a minute, how's it ended up ball in hand? What the hell happened there? What did I miss there? Oh, you're not telling me the one ball never got to the rail and the cue ball never got to the rail. That's why. Unbelievable. I thought that had bounced off the rail, that one ball. Well, again, I'm not sure what LS3 tried there, but that cue ball was possibly supposed to be down there, and it's nowhere near it. That's way short. That's really poor to end up there. Oh, the two needs to keep running. Has it ran far enough? I don't think so. It hasn't, or has it? Oh, that's tight. Well, obviously you can thin it and cut it into the side. Tommy's going to jump over the edge, and that's perfect. Now the right's at a bump in the 6 would be handy. That'll do. Now the only other thing to worry about is the 7 ball, which shouldn't really be an issue. Bear in mind where the 6 ball is, because you just roll the 6 ball in and roll the 7 ball down the table, and if you can get as straight as you can on it or a slight angle, you can go through far enough behind the 9 for the 8 ball. That should be what the plan is here. I think that should be okay. Yeah, just got to get the cue ball through far enough. Slight angle in the 8, little bump, back out for the 9, game over. So Tommy has now got a little wait until this hot seat match is over, which is where we're heading next to catch the end of it. So Tommy's through. LS3 can get to bed now. Right. So now we head over and catch the end of this. And it's 5-4 to Matt. We'll look at where the 9 ball is. And look at where the 1 ball's finished. This is a bank into the gap. I mean, the bank's there. Up and down for the 9 ball. It's a huge target. Oh, he's going to catch the 5. Well, It's a long jump, and it's a billiard on the edge of the 1 onto the 9. Oh, he went for the kick. I'm surprised he didn't play the long jump there. We've seen long jumps like that being played, and he might have got away with it. Well, no, same thing for Matt. I mean, he can jump this and catch the. No, wait a minute. The 9 ball. If you get that 9 ball, it may catch the knuckle. Yeah, this is tricky. This is a bit tricky. Yeah, you see what I mean? You know, it was going to catch that rail. It looked an odds-on certainty until you got up close to it. But the end result's not bad though. Although Matt won't fancy this, because that's giving him a problem. He ain't jumping over that. And he's going to have to use at least 1 or 2 rails. I don't know whether he can get it from that line either, can he? No. Oh, well, that'll work. Oh, look at where the 9's gone again. Well, I'm looking at the 5 there to see if the 5 would bank. The problem is you couldn't get the 1 ball out of the way. And I'm afraid that shot by Spectre Dawn's no good, because Matt can cut the 1. Uh-oh, it needs to get off the 9. And it just died in the pocket eventually. Well, it's going to be another dodgy cut here though. Good evening to Vertical Liquid. We're 2.5 hours into this week's tournament. And we've still got another good hour left to go in this, I feel, at least that. Because we've got this match to finish. We've got the one loss side match that's going on at the moment, and then we'll get the semi-final match still to play. And it's certainly going to be approaching the 4-hour mark this tournament tonight again. Well, Matt can get himself to the hill here, but he's going to have to manufacture something or try and get around the table into the gap. And the pace looks reasonable. It needs to keep going. Well, he should never miss this. I mean, this is one quick look at the angle and then you've bought it. Because you don't need to spend any time thinking about this. Well, Spectre Dawn under pressure now. Point of no return for him to survive all the way to the final. And Matt's going to have his say about that, because he's got the break. Looking for the 1 in the side. And that was horrible, because that's that line of 3 balls again that stayed there. That's weird, that happens all too often. It's either good or it's just bad. Well, they all go. The 8 ball cleanly goes. So nothing needs to be moved. But the problem's not at that end of the table. The problem's down here. Look at where the 2 and 3 are. And then you've got the 6, 4 and 7 all sitting there. So there's a bit of ducking and diving to be done here. Well, Spectre Dawn's taking the initiative here. Gone for the little bump in the breakout. He's got a nice roll. He's got the 2 ball in play now. He has to get the cue ball up the table. And he's thought about that and forgot about the 2. And that's what the little bit of pressure does on you. Expected on, knowing that he can't afford to make unforced errors, and he does one straight off the bat on that 2-ball. Now I'm sure the 4-ball goes past the 6, and it does, so this match could be over here. Oh dear. Well, that 2-ball in its final dying breath that fell into the hole. And I think he's dead straight in the 3. This is not great. Can he stun out behind it? I think he can. I think he can get a bit of spin going and get out of there. Well, he's went the other way. He's went the old bailout technique. Now, once again, you need a bit of right English on this because you want to come into the rail and back down this side. Needs that little bit of right English. See, he's gone straight and he's got the pace right. Now, got to try and avoid the 9. He hasn't. He's caught it, and that's done him because he can't get enough of the 6. I don't think. Can he? Can he squeeze enough of that 6-ball to pot it? I don't think he can. But then again, my eyes don't tell me anything good. Yeah, he convinced himself he could. Hang on a minute, we ain't done yet though. Look at that. Ha ha! The old stump fluke. And it's game, set and match. Spectre Dawn is going to have to move over to that 1-loss side. Well, you do need a bit of luck here and there. That came in handy. Just at the right time. So Matt is through to the final. And Spectre Dawn can go and get a coffee because he's got a little while to wait until this other match is done. Well, maybe not quite as long. Let's just dive straight in. So at the moment it's 2-0 to Tommy against Mooncake and about to be 3-0. So it might not be that long. He might just be, the kettle will just be finished boiling. He won't be able to get his coffee. Well, that cue ball was scratching in the side pocket every day of the week. It had another ounce of running on it, I think. So Mooncake is now in trouble, and Tommy's looking good here to survive yet another match. The only problem with that for Tommy is, if he does get through, the bad news is Spectre Dawn's waiting on him. Well, again, the 1-ball's going too soon to that rail, so there's something not right in Tommy's break there. He has to work that out. And as soon as you do, you end up doing breaks like Nick has been doing, where the one was all too often going into that side pocket. Tommy's not quite got the knack yet, because it's always hitting the top side there on that long rail. And that's not really a great safety. But I think that Mooncake's just going to have to take his medicine here and try and get into the gap. Just cut the 1 and get into the gap just so he can see the 3. Just like that. Oh goodness me, look what's come out the woodwork. Well, he's got to be lost. He's got to be lost to have stumbled across the channel tonight. Parliament is like a hibernating bear. You don't see him for months and then he suddenly pokes his head out. Now, are you sober tonight? That's the question. Oh, he's hung the 4. And Tommy has the table at his mercy. Well, don't comment, because when you start commenting and you start commenting bullshit, we know you're pissed. What job are you doing now, Parliament? You must have had about 3 different jobs since the last time we saw you. Oh, it's gone funny, and would you believe it? Tommy's going to have to dig out the old reliable jump stick again. Oh dear, the yawning started, albeit an hour later, but Mooncake can live again. 7 ball is hung. Eight years IT admin for 14 countries. Jesus Christ, there's another one. What the hell happens to these people? Here's me sitting with my face all distorted, still screaming. It never stopped me. Well, I'm actually just over 9 years in my job. I'll get my badge or whatever the hell I get for 10 years if I survive that long. And if I didn't have to, if I hadn't given up my previous job, I would have been what? Let me work that out. I would have been 32 years in my other job if I still was there. Well, I'm saying it's a badge because you know what we got. You know what we got during COVID, because we were all working during COVID in the early stages of it, before there was any such thing as masks and gloves and any crap like that. We were just bare naked in the front line. You know what we ended up getting? A bloody badge. That's what we got. A badge. A little metal badge that you could stick in a hat or whatever. That's all we got. Yep, when I worked in Curry's, if I was still there, oh, where's the cue ball going? I would be 32 years roughly this year in the job. But I think if I'll be honest with you, if I was still in the job, I would probably be dead now, because it was a heck of a lot more stressful than what I'm doing now. Much more stressful. I had migraines and all sorts of crap going on then. And I have to say, I don't miss it. But I haven't a clue about the technology now. That's the only problem. When you're out of that sort of environment, I know nothing about televisions now. They keep saying on the TV, if you want to watch this, press the red button. Well, if I press the red button in my telly, all I get is a teletext. I can't watch YouTube because I don't have that type of telly. But I have no clue in the technology now. It's all gone over my head. Well, this might be going all the way because Mooncake battling back. Now, don't forget, Ron, if you're around, and likewise for Parliament, if you're around on Sunday night at 6 PM, we've got the final of the Virtual 9 Ball World Championship, race to 25. It's a a UK versus USA final. We've got Cobra in the final against One Pocket Slim, who tanned his ass and sent him to the one-loss side. A race to 25, so it should be a couple of hours. Steve might be there as well, so if you've got anything you want to moan about, you can get on and yell at Steve. No, it's not 1 week for snooker, Ron. It's tomorrow. It's Saturday morning. You need to get your calendar sorted out. This is Friday. It's tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Pay attention. Yeah, that's right. It was 5-0 up earlier, Tommy, in his previous match, and then lost the next 7 racks. So Spectre Dawn is lying in the semi-final waiting in the winner of these two. Uh-oh. Well, Tommy's now got ball in hand. And his problem, of course, is getting down onto the 3. Now he just has to roll into the gap. It shouldn't be a problem. Oh, you're talking about the Virtual Snooker World Championships. I thought you were talking about the real one. Well, you're not in it anyway, so it won't matter. Are you in it? I never even noticed your name. When did you sign up? You know that you're not going to win it anyway, because Barkers will win it. Or Barkers is defending his title. Yeah, I was thinking of signing up for a laugh. Because I could barely string 3 balls together on the snooker table because I can't see the top end of the table now. It's like real life. That's how I gave up real life snooker. I couldn't see the end of the table. Now I can't see the end of the table in VP4 snooker. This is not going to be great unless it keeps running. Well, these are so easy to catch the jaw and just hang it there. Well, this is pure in the centre. I think I've got a 27-inch. It's not actually a monitor, remember, that I've got. The thing I've got is actually a television. It was sold as a Samsung. It was sold as a TV monitor. You know, it's got a normal TV tuner in it, but it's not a monitor resolution. It's actually 1900 by 1200. So Tommy goes through on the final rack decider to play Spectre Dawn, and it's a 19 by 1200 screen. So what I've done with Windows is I've went into Windows NVIDIA control panel, and I've changed the resolution on my desktop to 1900 by 1080. So I've got black bars at the top and bottom of my screen. I've set it, you know, so I can do the streaming at 1080. Right, so what time is it? It's 10 minutes to 10. We've got the semi-final match. If it goes all the way, it could be 20 minutes or more. And we're going to be more than likely not far off 4 hours for the tournament tonight. Again. So, Spectre Dawn has won the lag. Again, well, this time we've got a handicap. And Tommy's getting last 2. 8 ball goes in. Something went into the side. Might be the, what was it, went in the 8, the 6. And he's on the 1, and this is the first rack in the board for Spectre Dawn. And Tommy might not get a shot here. He might not get a shot. Spectre Dawn's going for the 4 runouts and game over. Yeah, you ran out of juice, Mooncake. Well, it's still a good enough run in the tourney, considering you were dead and buried anyway in that earlier match. And as long as you come out with more money than you spent to get in it. In fact, how much did you get? Let's have a look. Yeah, you've come out with a profit. You get 195 $, so that's a profitable evening for you, albeit only what, 45 $. That won't get you many Frankfurters. And Spectre Dawn goes and leaves himself awkward again. Still shouldn't be a problem. Just got to watch the pace. Well away from the scratch. How old's your cat now, Polo? Must be about 9-year-old or more, and that's well past pensioner stage for cats. Was it you that posted on Facebook your cat went missing? Is that the post that I saw? Disappeared for, what, a few hours or a day or what? Well, it's going to be an elaborate 2-9 combo, this one. Yeah, that was a tall order though. Now, this cue ball could scratch off the 9 if you try and cut the 2. And the 2 will cut. The only danger is that you catch that 9 and scratch. So he's actually got the 2. He actually got the 2 too clean, I think. Ended up hanging it. That's for bloody vet fees. £277. Well, I'd sooner pay a vet fee of £277 than a gas bill of £503. Well, ball in hand to Tommy. Dead straight in the 3. Pinch the little angle. Yeah, well, Ron does need neutering, so I'm sure you could stump up the fee for that. He can wear them like a bell round his neck. Bank. I don't think the bank's on. The 7's in the way. This is a thin cut. This is thin. It's certainly not a bank. Well, he's played it nicely. So 1 apiece. When have you ever smoked any of the Parliament? You've never ever been on fire. Well, the 1 ball will reverse bank up into that top left, but he's not interested. He's trying to duck for cover. He hasn't. Has he got it? He might have. That little brush in the 8 ball has just taken the pace off it, and he's got the cover. 1 ball's not difficult to hit off the short rail, and it's a big target to hit. But he's trying to jump the 3. This is just going to hit straight on and double kiss like that. And that'll, I mean, I'll settle for that as an outcome. The vertical lines, you've not been around Parliament, have you? And you don't even pay attention to any pool that's on the TV or on the net. This is a break box. This here, which you can switch on or off in match rooms if you want, and I dare say challenge rooms. We've got it, or rather I asked Steve to put it on Friday Night 9 ball. He added that as a feature, so you have to have the cue ball within this box when you're breaking off. By the way, Polo and Ron, if you go to my YouTube channel and you go and look at the video that I posted, you can see the disfigurement that I've got. This happened a few weeks ago. Have a look at the video and you'll see it. It looks as if I've had a stroke, but I haven't had a stroke as far as I'm concerned, because I haven't been to any doctor. I'll never go to a doctor. But I've got no weakness or anything, but I've got what I googled as Bell's palsy. Aye, well, if you look at the video that I posted, I used my phone, you'll see the condition that I was struck down with. No, I'm not joking. You go to the videos there, that's why I made a video. So that you'd know that I'm not kidding you on. I could easily have gone to the stream and say, oh, this is what's happened to my face. But I made the video and I uploaded it. You can check the date. This happened over a period of 48 hours. And so, because I realised it wasn't a stroke, because I had no symptoms of a stroke, I on YouTube, if you just go to the content and don't go to live, just go to videos, you'll see it. It's better than what it was then, because there is improvement, but having Googled it and found out that it was very, very, very likely to be Bell's palsy, and how it can afflict you, because I had a chest infection as well a couple of months ago, and it's a virus that's caused it. Yeah, it does look like a stroke, but I don't have any weakness. You know, I don't have any weakness, and I didn't have any. I mean, I've watched, as I said to people, I watched my father having a stroke, and he was totally confused and disorientated. You know, he couldn't actually focus to pick up his medication. I put his tablets out on the table that morning, and he couldn't lift him up, and I knew there was something wasn't right, and needless to say, that was the end of him. But well, if I've had a stroke, I ain't going to a doctor to find out. I haven't been to a doctor in 40 years. Will never be at one. I'll die in this house or die in front of the PC before I'll go and see a doctor. I won't go near them. The main reason is that whenever my mother and father went to see a doctor, they were never back in the house. They were dead within 3 weeks. I'm sure that's happened before. That'll be a first for VP4, won't it? You'll be typing in the chat, he's muted again. Change the mute button. And the stream will run continuously. You'll just be in VP4 and say, go to YouTube and check and see if VP4TV is still streaming. Yeah, Bell's palsy. That's what it is. I mean, going by the symptoms I had, because this happened. I'll tell you how it happened, or how I noticed it. I felt something not right with my lip, and then I felt it on my cheek, and it just felt funny, and I thought, this is a bit weird. And I had nothing, there was nothing else that felt, I didn't have anything else where I was feeling pain or anything like that. It just felt weird. And then, of course, the eye started going. And then I can't, when I try and say anything with a P in it, I tend to blow my cheek out because the muscle's still not contracting there either. No, I haven't had anything because I haven't been to a doctor. But having Googled it and read all about it and how certain things can bring this on, I'm blaming the chest infection I had. That's where I can narrow it down to. Penelope Pitstop picked a pickled pepper. No, I won't go. I won't go. I'll tell you something. I'll be on my deathbed with a priest reading the last rites to me before a doctor will be involved. Because I'm pretty certain that a lot of doctors sit and use Google as well. No, I'm not in Discord. And I won't be going on until Sunday night. Is that going to double bank? Yes, it is. Going to have to pull out another one. Yeah, I'm on Discord, but you can't get into my commentary booth there, Parliament, because that's only the selected few that are allowed in there. And I'll tell you something, and where's this cue ball going? I think he's fine. Here's something to bear in mind, right? All through this, I've been at my work, right? I've been at my work, and I've been talking to people at my work, right? And nobody has said a thing. Nobody said anything. That's how politically correct it is. Yeah, they do. They do that. They do that, Larry. Yep. You go to the doctor and say, I've got this funny thing with my face, and the doctor's sitting scratching their head. All right, I'm just getting into the back of my office at the moment, straight onto the PC, onto Google, and they Google in ugly bastard with a funny face, and they come up with a picture of me. Aye, that's what you've got. What was I talking about there? I had something I was going to say there, and it went straight out of my head when I read Larry's chat there. What was I going to say? Oh, aye, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I've been to work all through this, and not one of my colleagues has said anything to me. Not a single thing. There's political correctness for you. Because if that was me, and I noticed one of my colleagues like that, I would say, what the hell's happened to your face? Not one of them has said a single word to me. Out of simple curiosity. Not seen what? What have I missed in the chat? Did I miss something there? Because I'm watching the match as well as trying to read the damn chat. What the hell's happened here? Could Tommy not just let him run out? Come on, Tommy. I don't know. I never read the chat either. What did Tommy say in the chat? Oh, I missed that as well. Whatever it was. What did he say? Right, anyway. That is that sorted out. We now have a final, and it has just gone, 7 minutes past 10. And it's Spectre Dawn against MC Clarkey, so it's an all England or an all UK final, however you want to describe it. If I could get my mouse to work, we'll get in and get going. No, what I'm saying is Tommy said something in the chat apparently in the match room. I don't know what he said because I missed it because I was reading the bloody chat on my screen. Room chat. And now nobody's in the room. So the final is a race to 9. Alright. Well, how's he working at this time of night? Christ almighty, it's 11:05 at night in Germany. Well, Matt's arrived, thank God for that. I wish Spectre Dawn would get in and get underway till I get to bed. Right, here we go. MC Clarkey on the right, Spectre Dawn on the left. And there's no handicap. And Spectre Dawn is going to win the lag, I think. Yeah, Matt just getting into the kitchen. Oh, right, I never noticed that, Tommy. I never noticed that at all. I was too busy reading the other chat rather than actually reading the room chat. And if I had saw that, I would have typed something in the chat. What, you're working in intensive care? Well, no wonder you'll be up to all hours of the night then. This is a dodgy cut. This is bedhead territory, and that was well done. And he's bolt straight in the 3 ball. So it's the old VP4 bailout here. Oh no, he's managed to pinch the angle. That was well done. Now then, perfect angle in the 4 to get a bump or a stun, and he's managed to find spot on position in the 5. This is looking too good for a run out, isn't it? Where's he going to fail? Well, we've got 12 viewers on YouTube. Well, 12 if you include me. So I don't know how many still in Twitch. Because there's usually more in Twitch than there is in YouTube. That's a surprise. I wouldn't think there's 12 on Twitch. There are only 4 on Twitch. There you go. I've bored the rest of them to death on Twitch tonight. Yeah, it is low. Oh, now that 8 ball is tracking across again. It had 2 goes at getting in either side pocket, and I think it's dry. It's dry, cutting the 1. Now the 2 ball is the major immediate problem because it ain't going anywhere. And he's got to play the little combo. Now again, the problem with this shot is the 2 ball could just finish the short rail. It's more than likely to unless he hits this hard enough. Has Cobra gone to bed? It's getting late for him as well. Yeah, you had to hit it firm to make sure the 2 ball got off that short rail. It's going to finish dead though, is it? Yeah. But he can certainly stick the cue ball here if he's brave enough. Well, Mark will be away to bed as well because he's normally in Twitch, I think. Steve-O, he'll be going to bed. It's well past his bedtime. Well, the forecast's good for next week. It's to warm up. Nice and nice spring weather according to the forecast next week. Well, for the early part of it, as far as we know. Not that I'm going to see much of it because I'm going to be sat in front of the telly all day. I don't mind admitting it. Where's this cue ball going? I think he's fine. Well, that's one thing about the World Championships. All of the British players, the UK players that are in it, they're all the palest looking players that you'll see at the tournament because they don't see the light of day at all. Well, Matt looking strong favourite for 2-0 here. Oh, living on the edge. And Albinario finally arrives. Good evening. That's what, 11:15 in Sweden. So Matt is going to have a good start, which is what he needs. But he needs to push on and take the match away from Spectre Dawn. But it's a bit early for that though. And the 7's going in, but so is the cue ball. So immediate disaster and a 1-9 combo for Spectre Dawn to get off and running. Perfect. Well, that's a disaster you don't want. A scratch in the break and a ball in hand 1-9. So this is the last time I'm going to say this tonight. For anybody who hasn't been paying attention, or any latecomers, or anybody who's joined the stream that's never joined the stream before and is sitting there, we have the virtual 9-ball, the 2023 virtual 9-ball World Championship final on Sunday at 1800 hours British summertime, which is 3 PM Eastern Standard Time, 1 PM Pacific Time, and it's a race to 25, and it's a UK-USA final. We've got Cobra, multiple virtual world champion, against One Pocket Slim, who, as far as I know, is going for his maiden virtual world championship. And meanwhile, Matt has missed the cut in the 2 and got away with it. And now has ball in hand and 1 less ball to pot as well, with that 8-ball going down. Now, I hope Matt's paying attention, because, yeah, he is paying attention. He's going to play. I thought for a second there he was going to turn and play the 3-ball there, but he's okay. And that is terrible. That's the worst shot of the night you've just witnessed there, folks. Right there and then, with ball in hand, and he couldn't get in the 3-ball. A shocker. I think Matt's going downhill rather rapidly. Wear and tear is beginning to show, because we've been, what, 3¼ hours at this, and he's played the worst shot of the night on that 2-ball with ball in hand to get in the 3. Well, it's something that they've been using in the pro tournaments. You know, the Matchroom tournaments you'll see on Sky, they brought the break box in for the World Championships and stuff like that. So Steve decided to bring it in VP4. I don't think anybody in VP4 asked him to do it. At least I don't recall anybody doing it, but Steve put it in. I think, is Ron still there? Ron will have gone to bed as well. I'll be surprised that Polomint's here. I'm even more surprised that Freeball is here. Or he was here earlier. He's probably fallen asleep. So, well, Matt had his chance to be 3-0 in front, and suddenly it's all square. When are you up for work, Polomint? Because I'm up at 4 AM and it's already 20 minutes past 10. And cue ball has gone in, so once again, Matt has a chance. Although this isn't going to be great for a 1-9 combo. I don't know whether you can get the cue ball in there. Jesus Christ, 3:30. I'm up at 4 to start at 6. Bear in mind, I've got to go to Glasgow, so I'm 20 minutes to Glasgow. So I'm up at 4, get the telly on, watch a bit of the news, get something to eat and whatever. And then I'll leave the house about 5 past 5 in the morning. Well, he's going for it, and he's got it. So, this is what I like. Quick racks at this time of night. And something's gone into the right side, something's gone into the left. The 5 is gone. The 1 is gone as well. Now, the 1 went into the right side that time. That was weird. I think it was the right side it went in. And look at where the 3 ball is. Now, this will be tricky. I think he's got in the gap. Oh, that's almost perfect, I think. But he can't get there. He's about an inch short on run. If he just run another inch to the left, he could have squeezed that 3. In fact, he still could, because my eyes couldn't see it. And now another little one. He's fine now to go on the 6. You seriously telling me that you're up at 3:30? You're an hour to work. So when do you start? What, 5 o'clock? You start 5 AM. And then you don't... I mean, what's your actual hours of work? Is it 5 till 5? Like 12-hour shifts? With like 4 different breaks during the day. What's he done here? I'm too busy reading the chat. I didn't know. I presume Matt has hung the 8 ball. And this is going to be awkward. I think that's those hours are a recipe for a quick death. So they are. And you're sitting in front of a computer all day, basically. I mean, you could do that in VP4. You wouldn't have a roof over your head, but you could do it in VP4. Well, I mean, I've actually cut back my hours over the years I've been doing this, and I'm 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to 9:45, and that's me for the day. On Sunday it'll be 6 till 2, on Monday it's 6 till 2, and then every other shift the rest of the week, which is Tuesday, Thursday and Friday, is 6 to 9:45. You work from 5 AM, blah blah. I've missed that. The chat's going up. Let me read it in YouTube. Hang on. I work from 5 AM because I work dealing with 14 countries. So there's different time zones there. It means working stupid hours. Yeah, I still wouldn't like that. Dealing with all those foreigners. What do you answer? Do you answer the call by saying, "Hello, I'm Michael," but you're actually in Bombay? Hello, this is John from Bradford. Well, we're 3 apiece at the moment. Spectre Dawn's looking to try and take charge here. Around the corner and out for the 5. Doesn't want to go too far. He'll hook himself behind the 6 if he's going that way. Got to be careful, because that's where the cue ball wants to go. And I think part of the problem is you know, when he's aiming, he's hampered with a 5 ball, so he can only really push it forward and run on that line, which could effectively take him behind the 6 ball. You know, he's played the draw shot, and he still found his way behind the 6 ball. What did I tell you? Commentator's eye never gets it wrong. There you go. There's proof if ever you need it. Called it before it happened. I'm not only a tactical genius, I'm a genius at calling it. Hang on a minute. I think he might have almost got away with this as well, though. Has he? Well, you can certainly play the cut on the 5. It's a 2-in-1 shot here, because you might billiard that 8 ball in anyway. He's missed the contact in the 8. He's also missed the cut in the 5. And this is Spectre Don's chance to take the lead. Right, good night, Polo. We'll see you in another year or two's time. Oh, no sooner has Polo left, but Hog's arrived. Good evening to Hog. Is that you just noticed that picture, Slim? Yeah, Cobra noticed it as well. Don't worry about that. Well, Spectre Don has now got himself where he wants to be. He's in the lead. And a 1 ball into the side pocket. He's found a break. And he's also on the 2. This rack's over. It's 5-3. The 1 ball's gone, the 3 ball's gone, the 8 ball's gone. The 2 ball's now gone. And Blind Hog still thinks he's in VP4 because he's hitting the forward slash so he can get the chat working. You noticed that? How many of you actually do that on the stream? Blind Hog's one of them. He's typing forward slash before he can type his chat. I bet you there's more than you do it. Oh, here's the thing. I meant to ask Polo that before he went. I've got Sniper Elite 5 and I completed the game months ago. But I've had the updates as they come out, and I've also had the downloadable content, the free stuff that they gave us. And I haven't played the game for a while, so I thought I'm going to have a look at Sniper Elite 5 again. So I booted up Steam and I started the game. And the game comes up with a Rebellion logo, which is obviously the developers of the game. And then it goes to the black screen with the banner at the bottom, with the copyright at the bottom of the banner. And it stays there, just with a black screen and the copyright at the bottom of the screen. So I thought, I'll verify the integrity of the files, and Steam said it needed to download another 110 files, so it did that. I restarted Steam, and then I restarted the game, and it still wouldn't load. And that's exactly where it's got to. So the game won't run anymore. Now, I'd be worried if I had just got the game and it was doing that, but I've already completed the game. And, oh, Sniper Elite 5 was good once they fixed the major bugs in it to start with. It was taking me like 3 and 4 hours to complete some of the missions. But I done it all, I finished it all. I actually killed Hitler first chance I went to that mission, I killed him. But as I say, the fact that I finished the game, I'm not so worried. It's just the fact that it just won't load now. And I've not done anything to my PC to change it. I updated the drivers as well yesterday, because my NVIDIA had a new driver to update, so I did all of that stuff. I did all the right things, restarting Steam and everything, reboot the PC, and it's still the same. So there's something with the update that's broke the game for me. Well, I've played all the Sniper Elite since it first came out. Well, the PC gaming is better really if it's a game where the mods can get hold of it. The mod makers. That's why Euro Truck's such a good game, because it's got a huge mod support for it. You know, map mods and truck mods and all of that stuff. Thousands of different mods are available for it, and that's why the game's still going. It's been going as long as VP4. Well, Spectre Dawn is threatening now to run away with this. He's 6-3 in front from, I think, 3. What was he? I don't know. He wasn't behind anyway, but he's now stretching away. It's now 3.5 hours just beyond that into tonight's tournament, so it might not get to 4 hours like last week did. Well, that's what's kept Eurotruck going. I mean, all the mod makers have kept it going. And that's also why Eurotruck had the multiplayer mod, which has been out for a number of years. And so that actual mod is what really forced SCS, who are the developers of Eurotruck, it forced them into bringing multiplayer convoy mode into the game, which they've done. The only thing I don't like about it is A, first of all, I've never played any of it. B, you have to have actually no mods in your game, or if you do have mods in your game, then everybody else that you want to join your game has to have the same mods. And so, needless to say, whenever I go online, I can't join any of the rooms for the convoy games, because I've got mods in my game all the time. I've got different truck mods in, I've got my GPS mod in, and that's why I tried multiplayer mod a long time ago, and it was crap because of the sync issues and all of that, and trucks just appearing out of nowhere. A truck that you were like 500 yards behind would suddenly stop, you'd crash into it. So I gave up on that. Oh, I mean, by the time I've installed a full big map combo, I mean, some of the maps themselves are like, 2 and 3 gigs worth. Goodness knows how much. I mean, I've had my mod folder absolutely crammed full of mods. In fact, some of the map combinations have over between 110 and 130 different mods. And that's a fair few gigabytes of stuff to download. But I clear it out every so often. I mean, because the other thing about Eurotruck is they've just released version 1.47. So all the mod makers will have to adjust their maps and stuff because of it. And that's a cycle that Eurotruck goes through all the time. The developers are continually updating the game because it's still got huge amounts of people playing it. I mean, not the same amounts that play those other stupid platform games and everything, all the big popular games, but Euro Truck as a truck game is the most popular one that there is out there. It's the best as well, by far. I mean, truck physics and all of that stuff. And that's why I've been playing it for donkey's years. And the only map I've got installed at the moment is actually for the previous version of Euro Truck, and it's the big harsh Russian map. That's the only one I'm using at the moment. But even though that's that map itself is 6 gigabytes worth, just for the whole map. Well, Matt's got one back, trailing by 2, Spectre on at the table. Well, there's loads of train sim games out. There's what's that one? There's Train Sim 3 and whatever. And of course, the other thing about the mods, I mean, they've all had the mod makers have made truck physics mods for years as well for Euro Truck. So if you don't like the physics of the truck, you can install one of the truck mods in, one of the truck physics mods in as well. There's that. I'll tell you the one thing I'm looking forward to that's supposed to be coming out, but it's been in development for donkey's years, and I only discovered it a number of months ago. And that's Microprose. What the hell's it called? That world sim thing that they're bringing out. So it's a complete globe of the earth, and there is trains in it, there is trucks in it, there's cars in it, and there's also, basically you've got a whole globe of the world, and it's on a 1-to-1 scale, and you can build railways, build cities, build airports, do what you want, and you can actually fly from A to B, or you can use a fly cam and do the same thing. What's it called? Outerra, Outerra, and if you go onto YouTube and you type in, this thing's like a flight simulator, but it's everything combined, and it's completely up to you what you want to do. That's what it's called. It's called Outerra, Outerra. If you just go onto YouTube and you type that in, you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm looking forward to that ever coming out. Is this? No, it's not. No, it's not Spectre Dawn. At least he tells us it isn't Spectre Dawn. Well, this 2 will bank. Now, was that a foul? Was that a clean shot or a foul? It's a clean shot. Wrong side of the 4 ball. This will be some shot to get on the 5, I'll tell you that. Oh, now it needs to bounce. It needs to bounce. And that's unlucky. He had a good effort at it. I'll need to have a quick drink. Well, ball in hand for Spectre Dawn, but I don't know whether he can actually do very much with it. You know, he's just going to have to try and duck for cover. Use that 7 and 9 ball. And he's left a gap. And Matt can use the 8 ball as a stopper and try and spin this cue ball away, which is what he's trying to do. Well, he hasn't quite got full cover. It'll have to do though. Well, he has to get this paper thin, or try and at least get it behind the 8 ball, and he hasn't managed to. That was really tough. No, I expect Don's been in the odd stream now and again. I don't think he pays any attention to the live stream that when he's in Friday Night 9 ball. But when I've been streaming some of the tourney matches, he's showed his face. And he's going to be on the hill in a minute here. Well, he's given this 7 ball a good look, but there's nothing to look at. It's just a straightforward pot. Oh dear, well, I think he spent far too much time looking at that 7 ball. And that's in the end why he missed it. There was nothing to worry about there with the pot and the 7. And he's gifted Matt a chance to survive. 9 ball into the side. He's just going to dink through. No, he's not. He's going to go around the corner. I might have not done that. But he's perfect anyway. But could that be a big fail by Inspector Don there? Or is he showing signs of wear and tear at this time of night? That's the first signs of it there, because he looked at that 7 ball far too long and then proceeded to decide to miss it. And meanwhile, well, Matt's had a great break. I mean, he's had what's went there, the 4, 5 and 6 is gone, and he's completely blocked with the 2, and he's probably going to lose this rack because of it. 3 balls hanging over the pocket. He thinks he can jump this and play the combo. Yeah, and he can say goodbye to this rack, I think, this time. Well, we'll soon find out on Sunday how big One Pocket Slim's fan club is in the final against Cobra. We'll see how many show up back in One Pocket Slim for his first major title. If he can do it. But he's going to have to do it the hard way. Oh, where's this cue ball going? He's going to have to beat Cobra twice to win the thing. So Spectre Dawn 1 away from his umpteenth Friday Night 9 ball. And this is about the right time to say thanks to everybody for staying the distance if you have done. And I hope you can join us at least at some point on Sunday evening for the final. If you can't be there, if you can't catch it, remember it will be on YouTube. It will be archived, whatever the outcome is. Don't forget there's also an update to VP4. Sorry, not an update. There's a downtime notice in the VP4 lobby that Steve posted earlier. I can't remember what date it is. Is it April 18th or something? The server will be down for a few hours, starting at midnight, I think. Possibly on April the 18th. So if you can't get connected to VP4, don't be sending any messages to anybody. You're wasting your time. The only thing with that, obviously, is at that time of night, it's midnight for us in the UK, but it's like prime time USA time. So it's those guys that, if they haven't been paying attention, they'll be confused, thinking that the place is broken. So it's going to be a short and swift exit as soon as this is all over, and as soon as my head hits the pillow, I am gone. Because we are, well, over 3¾ hours tonight. It's not quite as long as last week, but it was threatening to be anyway with those matches early on. That first one was like 50 minutes or more, and then we had a few others that went the distance. Again, this is one that you want to just jab in and stun just to hold the cue ball. I mean, you don't want to be running forward, but the danger with this is hitting this ball with any pace into a corner pocket at this blind angle. I think he's looking at the moment at it running forward. You know, he is stunning it, but these are always awkward where they can hang up. He's got it pure and clean, but he's gone square. Well, he couldn't leave things any more awkward. He's pretty much stuck to the rail. He's got the cut back in the 7. The cue ball, he needs to watch he doesn't stun this into the side pocket. And now he's just going to run it now rather than stun it, which I think is probably the safest route to go. And that will do. That is perfect. So, well done once again for Spectre Dawn. It's another success. Well done to Matt for getting there. And, well, good luck to Cobra. Good luck to Slim for Sunday. I will be there. I hope you all can join us. And I will bid you good night and take care. And we'll see you all again soon, folks.